Hey world, welcome to my stream yet again. Today we're going to do something a little bit different to what I normally do. So I think I can remove the block straight away pretty much. Hi Arimalu, thank you for joining me. Thank you so much. We're not going to start like it straight away. I will discuss a couple of things beforehand, but we're not going to do like a whole news thing and everything. I will play a little Fortnite later. As I said yesterday, I'm going to save my ATS till Friday, but I've got to save the world mission, so I'll do that. I might play a little bit of reload or ranked or something. But in the meantime, we are going to look at a documentary today and do a react. It's not as old as I thought it was. So the documentary that we're going to be watching. G'day, Ruffin. Great to see you here. Yeah, you got your Doritos. You ready to sit down and watch this documentary together? So it was actually made in 2005, but, you know, and video was a lot better than what it seems to appear in this video, but obviously she might not have had very good equipment or whatever. Or well, there was a few people that made it. But anyway, so this is just the entry at the National Film and Sound Archive, so people can you can request access to it. But like it is available on YouTube, so we're going to watch one on YouTube. But this is kind of what made me think about it, because it's come up. Michael West Media has been kind of probing into this story. This Sue Roth has been probing into this story a little bit over time. And so, well, not a little bit, but quite a bit, because apparently there's supposed to be some compensation that was supposed to come forward to the victims, and like even Keir Starmer had promised this and stuff like that. But anyway, so in June, she posted this one, Best We Forget, Australia's 70-year-old nuclear contamination secrets about to be exposed. You know, and this is also why it's sort of coming to the forefront, with Peter Dutton wanting to bring nuclear energy to Australia. I know that they're two different topics, two totally different things, but it's kind of brought this to the forefront too. It's kind of put a little bit of a spotlight on this thing. So while Peter Dutton gets headlines for his nuclear fairy tale and Labor government presses on with its AUKUS nuclear submarines, the fall, and they're nuclear powered, they're not going to have nuclear bombs, but still, we don't need nuclear power. The conventional submarines are actually more useful for us if we're doing security around our country. Anyway, the fallout from nuclear bomb testing in the Pilbara in 1956 finally reaches court. So this was in June that she reported that the compensation for this sort of thing it's finally going to court. So in 1956, on the remote Montebello Islands off Western Australia, an atomic bomb was tested. Now, this is not on the mainland. The one that we're going to be watching is about Maralinga. It might talk about Montebello and stuff. So Montebello Islands off Western Australia, an atomic bomb was tested. It was supposed to be no more than 50 kilotons, but in fact measured 98 kilotons, or more than 6 times the strength of the bomb that was dropped over Hiroshima in 1945. Ever since then, Australian and UK governments have suppressed the facts and denied compensation to the victims, and that may be about to change. So 3 months ago, veterans of Britain's Cold War radioactive weapons test formally launched proceedings against the UK Ministry of Defence, alleging negligence in its duty of care to the men themselves and their families before, during and after the tests that began in Montebello's in 1952. That'd be probably the men that conducted the tests. Ollie Trowan, an associate at the well-respected London human rights firm, told Michael West that the Opening phase seeks the full disclosure by the Ministry of Defence of all records of blood and urine testing conducted during the weapons trial, with compensation sought for military of defence negligence and recklessness if they were lost or destroyed. At the same time, the veterans have made an offer to resolve their claim through the creation of a special tribunal with statutory powers to investigate and compensate if decades of cover-up are established. So this is about here, this particular part is about this Montebello Islands, but these are all different ones that have, Montebello Islands had one here, it was 25 kilotons, and these ones are Australian, comparing to Hiroshima, the bomb that was exploded over Hiroshima. And here, this is the one that they're talking about in this article, which is 98 kilotons, and it was only supposed to be just 50. Hiroshima was 15 and a half. And then you've got all these ones that happened over a long period of time in Maralinga. So, over 2 years in Maralinga, which is what the documentary is going to be about. So, and then why this sort of came to my attention, I have watched this documentary years ago. I think about 12 years ago I watched it. But this article recently came out, so yesterday, again from Sue Roff on Michael West Media. Tipping Point documents revealed a failed duty of care for Australian nuclear test participants. The fallout from nuclear bomb tests in the 50s continues as more documents reveal decades of denials, cover-up, hindering proper compensation for victims. The UK detonated at least 12 atomic and hybrid fission fusion weapons in Australia in the 1950s. 8 were detonated on 31-metre towers, barely 5% of the heights at which the bombs were detonated at Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. No one claimed then that they didn't devastate the cities beneath them, killing between 150,000 and 250,000 civilians. There was at least one ground burst, which was known to be the dirtiest in terms of fallout because the radioactive debris fell close to ground zero rather than being blown across Australia and out to the territories in the Indian Pacific Oceans. The Brits detonated more than 200 kilotons of radioactive explosives at 100 feet or less, including one that had a yield of 98 kilotons in 1956, which we just saw in that other one there. Again, another graphic showing different places where they bombed and I guess the strengths. So the UK government successive UK governments deny that anyone was injured, apart from the crew and decontaminators of the sniffer aircraft that tracked the fallout clouds. However, they did eventually concede that Aboriginal communities had been injured and the Maralinga and other ranges were contaminated, which rather puts the lie to their denials. Australia foolishly accepted a clean-up and compensation payment of £20 million in 1993. Interestingly, this indemnity did not cover deaths or injury that resulted from nuclear tests or experimental programs at the Montebello Islands, in respect of which the cause of action occurred before the 27th of June 1956. The Australian National Archives hold 3.6 metres of identification cards of persons employed at Maralinga through to 1967, mostly civilians. The Department of Veteran Affairs published a study in 2006 of 10,983 male subjects, of whom 7,116 were military participants and 3,867 were civilians. More than 22,000 British scientists, civilians and military personnel participated in the tests. Members of the armed forces were prevented from suing the Ministry of Defence by the UK 1947 Crown Proceedings Act, which granted immunity against tort litigation, whatever that means, legal mumbo-jumbo that stopped them from suing. Second Section 10 was repealed in 1987, but not retrospectively, thereby continuing to disenfranchise the men. So it didn't go backwards, so it didn't apply for them. Who increasingly realise that their poor health may have been radiogenic, as did their families. So yeah, they're still like fighting for compensation. I believe Keir Starmer had sort of advocated for them to get compensation, and now now that he is Prime Minister of UK, he's like backed away from that. So, there's a lot there to read. People can go to Michael West Media. That article came out yesterday. Tipping Point documents reveal failed duty of care for the nuclear test participants, and they can read more. Great collection of journalists that really deserve a lot of support. So if you can, they ask that people do donate a couple of dollars or join their Patreon. I chuck a couple of bucks their way sometimes because I really value the fact that they're doing sort of traditional evidence-based journalism, which is something that we don't really see much of these days. All right, so let's get into the documentary. Of course, there is a warning here for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander viewers, so just be aware of that. So we're going to upload this one because the channel has asked that people watch the more recent upload. Maybe it's slightly better quality or audio or something. And we're going to look at something from the creator, Catherine Eigner, after we watch this documentary. All right, so let's get into it. So it was made in 2005, and it's called Australian Atomic Confessions. I think I can do this. That's too big. Made it too big. I know what to do. I want to make it as big as possible for y'all. See. Maybe that's the best way to view it. And I'm also hoping that the sound will be loud enough. I noticed that the trailer wasn't very loud, so let me know if it's not broadcasting loud enough.
Just finished. Lots of family, lots of brother, and should be wearing a marling.
We have a legacy of real trouble in this country because of those British atomic tests.
So this is 7 years after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The British government started testing nuclear weapons in Australia, islands surrounding Australia, and on the mainland.
It's our thing. It's our stuff. Although we never call it uranium. We don't know what uranium word is. We got our own name.
Australia is the only society we understand to have ever provided its own uranium to an overseas nuclear weapons state to make into weapons to then bomb back on our own land.
God, we are just such suckers for punishment, and suckers for it. Our government is.
When an atomic bomb explodes, it creates radioactive particles, some of which are heavier than others. The heavier ones fall first. The very light ones might travel around the world several times before they fall to the ground. But they will do one thing. They all fall to the ground.
1952 to 1963, the British government conducted 12 full-scale nuclear weapons tests in Australia and started an atomic age which continues to this day. And to this day, even, this was 20 years ago, 19 years ago this video was made.
My first introduction to atomic warfare was being told to turn our back on the island, and we heard this almighty explosion and roar, and then we turned around to look at the island to watch a large mushroom cloud slowly going up into millions of miles up into the sky.
I mean, that kind of negligence, I guess, wasn't unusual in the day. Like, if you watch old, like, atomic testing and stuff, and they had no idea, but maybe they did by 1957. I don't know. Like, I guess not. You know, it was sort of like, just block your eyes and you'll be right. Just don't look at it, and it won't hurt.
I was 19 at the time.
19.
I thought it was marvellous to be a witness to such a thing.
Hurricane Lagoon. Oh, yeah.
There was this haze over the sky, sort of. It looked like a very fine cloud. It didn't go away. It was there for about 4 or 5 days, or could have been more. And it was light, that the sun sort of filtered through it as well, but it was there.
The aircraft that I was in took off at about 11 o'clock at night, and we flew a triangular pattern northwest out over the Indian Ocean, then south towards the Montebello Islands themselves, and then northeast again into Broome. We spent nearly 9 hours on that trip. Because it was night time, we saw no evidence of any cloud. The evidence of the cloud was in the filters that were fixed underneath the wings of the aircraft.
We're all bush hunters, fishers. That is our culture. We look forward to doing that. Take our young children out fishing and hunting. You go back before all these bombs and that were let off. Aboriginal people lived years, you know.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. The cloud from the Operation Hurricane Bomb did in fact traverse the country, because 3 days later, aircraft operating out of Townsville picked up the radioactive particles from the explosion. 2 days later again, Royal New Zealand Air Force aircraft picked up radioactive particles out over the Pacific north of Newcastle that had emanated from the same bomb.
They'd gone right across the country.
We patrolled the island quite regularly for a year, and then in October 1953 I went back to the islands again with a group of British scientists, and we worked on the island for 2 weeks while they collected data up there, and I worked on the island with them. A thing I've always said is they were wearing specially designed suits and gloves and boots and hoods, and I walked around in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt.
Famous British atom scientist Sir William Penny, at a press conference on his arrival in Australia, is emphatic that there will be no dangerous radiation from forthcoming tests at Maralinga. Stressing the importance of the tests, he says,
"Any weapon has to be tested. Doesn't matter whether it's a shell, a bullet, or whether it's a carrier of a weapon like an aeroplane. It must be tested."
How many do we test? I'm sure people have seen, we should watch it after, the little animation that shows all the testing all over the world that they've done. of these things. Like, just excuses to blow shit up.
We weren't told.
And I guess it's also a bit of a like they use it as a deterrent, like, so they call it mutually assured destruction. If everyone has nuclear weapons and no one's going to use them because it's mutually assured destruction. But they use the tests in a way to intimidate the other side. You know, that's why we see Kim Jong-un, like, yeah, sure, they got to test it, but like at the same time it's sort of like a posturing, look at what we've got.
Told that we should perhaps have
Look how powerful.
more showers than usual. We weren't told that we should refrain from conceiving children for some considerable time, at least 12 months.
Oh my God.
In actual fact, we were told nothing about what might ensue from having been inside the cloud.
So the other dudes were walking around in like special suits and stuff. So yeah, they had some idea, but they weren't letting these guys, they didn't let these guys know or didn't protect them, you know. Respect for our allies. So see, they
The
don't
mighty
have much
billows have never
respect
been
for
cleaned.
anyone.
They removed obvious debris, but they've never ever been cleaned. The government has maintained that there was no hazard to anybody connected with the tests. It's a lie, because on the Montebello Islands to this very day, on Tremuya Island, which was the island where the bombs were set off, there are signs that say radiation hazard area. Do not stay more than 1 hour. Do not raise the dust. Do not take anything off the island. Do not eat here. You can't have it both ways, but the government wants to.
Exactly. In May 1956, Montebello Islands, Trimnall Island, a 15 kiloton explosion.
As the years went by, my husband first of all got sick, and there's a lot of the other people before us, and all died of cancer, some sort of cancer. Then my husband in 1962, he went down with cancer, and then 63, it was my turn. The period that when my husband died, there was about 12 people that died, all Aboriginal people, all our age group, from Derby and Broome.
It's not until years later when we started to have health problems, which was mine started late 50s, early in the 60s, when I started to have large cancerous growths removed from my body, that I started to worry about it.
There was an understanding in those periods from the 50s through to the 70s that aerial nuclear weapons tests were having such a demonstrable effect that you could find the isotopes from those in children's teeth and in bone.
19 Virginia, Montebello Islands, Alpha Island. This is the big bomb. The big one, 98 kilotons, 19th of June, 1956. Radioactive cloud movement.
People better understand there is no safe level of exposure to ionising radiation, and while the legal system may set the bar at a certain rate of exposure, that may be illegal, but it's not a safe exposure.
Most of the country was covered by these radioactive particles, especially from Operation Totem, which took place 12 months later in a place called Emu in the Maralinga area.
Traditional Aboriginal people were still living nomadically in northern South Australia at the time of the atomic bomb test. So they were still living quite traditional lives, traditional lives at that time. So in 1957 that they did in Maralinga.
Dad was a young boy growing up through the area, learning the old traditional ways. You know, he did a bit of hunting, he did a bit of gathering, and you know, he lived that old traditional life where he walked around, walked with his old people also. So that experience was something that he treasures.
It's the main place, Walladina, important place. Ngurari Jajuda for this place. This is back in creation days. Our Yinjiri people, community, living here. This is Ngindaga Wabar. We can tell stories about the Ngindaga. The Ngindaga, the Prenti, over Western Australia border. He was inside the WA and he heard the noise. Because they were pretty powerful people, and in creation days he heard the noise and come all the way to here, to Walladina. But he wasn't in a hurry. He take time, he creating food, languages, different ones, and he created Edma. Mount Woodruff is that's in Ngindaga, Prenti. It's just standing up like this, and he was looking out to Ayers Rock. But it's the highest mountain in South Australia, I think. Yeah, Mount Woodruff. But it's in Ngindaga.
Yeah, that's a lot of their traditional stories, their creation stories and stuff are about like nature becoming part of the land, like animals like that. Like there's one called a rainbow serpent, and like it created a whole mountain range. Yeah, it was like a giant serpent, and there's a whole story around that. So there's a lot of their traditional stories are kind of, and their creation stories are based around that sort of thing. And for those that don't know, their creation time was called the dream time.
My father getting jobs, we moved different stations. And we move away for a while and then come back here in 1950s, and to Walladina.
Maralinga happens south of where Wallatina is, and that's very close to the heart for us, as in the Lester family or, you know, Yami's people.
This place, it's still important, but not as important now, because on the 15th of October 1953, they let the bomb off at 7 o'clock.
1953, so this is even
that morning.
earlier.
A cloud come across from south, from Emu, right across here.
Oh yeah, these are the
It was
English
black smoke.
And the people were just still living there, still living a nomadic life, and they were just like letting bombs off.
Shiny, oily looking thing
Nukes.
rolling through. The expert reckon that's 60, 70 mile across the smoke went. They create something in return, payback, and they create a cloud. In return, a payback, finishing.
Yummy was blinded at the time. A black mist described as a mammal pulka, a big devil spirit, came across his land after the atomic tests in 1953. They just left them out there and just were bombing around them. And black mist come across. They had no idea what was going on, probably.
The black mist, they think it was created because they were trying to make a cheaper weapons grade plutonium. There's 20 times as much uranium in a bomb as there is plutonium.
Oh, so they were totally experimenting with, like, just what does this stuff do?
It all gets vaporised,
What's that black
oxidised,
mist?
and comes out as an aerosol.
That one's just a baby one.
This black mist rolled through the tops of the trees and along the ground and through the grasses. The information, of course, wasn't passed on to the traditional owners or to the Aboriginal people who were in the area. It was something that they had no knowledge of or didn't know how to handle. People started becoming really sick soon after the fallout, and that was a lot of family, a lot of Dad's family, a lot of the older generation, our great-grandmothers, our great-grandfathers, and the old people who were there at the time.
Horrible.
It was a hard time for Dad, and it's not an easy thing for him to talk about, same as his older generation also, our grandmothers and grandfathers. It's something that they often say it should finish from Maralinga. This continuing of uranium and playing around with, dangerous things is something that puts a lot of fear into the old people, but also into me, being the next generation. So it's a scary thing.
And that's the thing, while nuclear power is supposed to be a separate and different thing, you're still mining uranium, you're still creating a radioactive, thing to... It's got to hold this... There can be accidents. It's got to hold the radioactive rods, and then you've got to find somewhere to dispose of them when they're used up, and it's not just a couple of years, and it's not just a couple of decades. It's thousands of years that radioactivity hangs around for. I bet
Later bombs
really
did the
helpful.
same
That
thing.
would have been so helpful.
The government's own book, A History of British Atomic Tests in Australia, admits that in some of the fallout in New South Wales, hotspots were created at Lismore and Dubbo. Now, hotspots are where excessive radioactive particle fallout is experienced.
And so, for people that don't know, we'll just get a map of Australia, and we're talking about Maralinga and stuff being up here, and Lismore's over here, Dubbo's over here, so it went and dumped hot spots, thousands of kilometres away.
Which meant, of course, that if you were up in that part of the world, you were in very great danger by inhaling or ingesting these particles of getting cancer.
People from those areas were not told that, I can promise you. They were just living their daily lives. It's about the size of Hiroshima. Above ground atomic tests were tested in Maryland.
So we got there in January of 1956. It took us about 12 or 14 days to travel by convoy to Maralinga. We built the tents that we lived in. The Army was in front, the Air Force behind us, and Navy behind that. We worked out in the forward area from daylight till dark, 12 hours, sometimes 13 hours a day, 7 days a week. We went around all the time in shorts and boots. And there were certain areas you couldn't go to. You had to go through and get dressed up in this white outfit and go forward, and do the job, then come back and you get showered and they'd take the radiation reading. But the parts where we were working in, doing the fencing, was all no more than 150 yards away from an atomic bomb, which had went off 4 months earlier.
Oh my God. So there was no even closure of areas where they'd been bombing. They were just like hanging out next to it and land next to it.
And he said, we've got to go out there today and we'll give the scientists a hand to measure the radiation. And there was a steel road out to Tamaku, and we went out there and there'd been a ground burst and left a 80, 90 metre crater there by about 100 metres long. It had rained in 56 and it poured, and the crater was all glass. The bomb just makes the sand turn to glass.
Sand.
Waterproof. There was a health physics caravan there, one side.
Could you imagine what that would look like? Like just this glass crater in the sand. I mean,
It was dirty, the other side was clean. You got in, took off your clothes, put the white overalls on, white top on, white things over your boots and so on. And I was first to go through, and I looked out and I see this Aboriginal fella. And I thought to myself, we used to have a few drinks for night time. I thought, what am I seeing here? Here's a fella coming on the dark side, the dirty side.
Okay.
And he's got two or three spears. He's got these pelts hanging over his arms and a billy can. And I said to Mark, there's an Aboriginal fellow outside with pelts and spears. And he went, white, a pure white. Where? I said, out there. Oh my God, he said. Anyway, he drove away. So next thing you know, he brought back 4. He brought back this Charlie Malpudgy, we now know him, his wife, Edie, and a boy and a girl. Charlie was telling them that they'd used the water and it didn't taste too good. The reason why he was here, seeing us, was to try and find some nice water, fresh water. But by the same token, the British have put millions of pounds into this scheme, and we don't want anyone outside knowing about this. Everyone here has signed the Secrets Act, and that in itself gives you 30 years jail, or the firing squad, if you break it. And so that's how they got away with it.
It was all conducted in secret. The nomadic Aboriginals that were in the area were just totally disregarded, which I guess is not unsurprising for the British.
There was nothing in place, and then otherwise it was just rotten sand. They decided to use plutonium, and they poured petrol on it and blew it up, burned it, and they blew it up with TNT and everything. And that's why Maralinga is the way it is now.
All these weapons were tactical weapons such as might be used on the battlefield. This is viewed at 10 miles, but as you see, it's very difficult to judge distances. There is very little wind on this particular day. The cloud hung there and appeared, if anything, to be coming towards us.
Oh, it looks like the cloud might be coming our
20 minutes
way.
later, the cloud has spread right out. Notice the fallout that appears to be coming down like rain. It hung there in front of us.
Look at, I wonder if those artifacts on the film are radiation spikes. Everything's, oh my God.
I was posted to Maralinga test site as a lieutenant. I was the 2IC of the Antler Engineer Troop. We were located 10 miles from the test site area. I was there for 6 months for 3 tests named Taji, Biak and Taranaki. Immediately after the first test, we were asked to report to the range facilities. 30 minutes later, we found ourselves 50 yards from the test site, testing how much radiation they needed for a radiation implosion bomb, which would be later a hydrogen bomb. The area was gone. We were close enough to see the remains of the tower on which the bomb had been detonated, and you could see the shape of the fireball burnt into the steel legs at the bottom of the aluminium tower. We remained there for about 30 minutes because we had to gather information that would deteriorate if it was left there any longer. The fission products die down very quickly. It's the alpha producing ones that take a long time to decay. They're in the thousands of years half-life. Not very dangerous when they're outside the body, but once they're in the body, they usually go to places like the bone marrow and interfere with your autoimmune system. And that's where you get all sorts of funny things, other than cancer from them.
Over 600 minor trials using plutonium, beryllium, enriched uranium and cobalt-60 continued in secret until 1967. Minor trials with the little quoties. Plutonium-239 has a half-life of 24,000 years.
And one of the striking things, of course, is the records that are missing. The 2 engineer troops at Buffalo and Antler, we know they all had their radiation doses recorded, but there's no record of them in the official records anymore, so they must have been removed. There are hospital records missing. The Maralinga hospital records have disappeared and nobody wants to say where they are.
The only person who's got any record of being in Maralinga Hospital is me. The only person, and the only reason why I got it was to stop paying me, to stop them from paying me. But anyone else that tried to get records after when the Royal Commission was on, couldn't. They were no such things, they were gone. Nobody knows. That was 1978, my records turned up. Any chance of winning a case we lost when we lost the Maralinga files. The Maralinga files went missing in 1978 and have never been seen since. Somebody must know where they are. John Howell was in Parliament. He was the Treasurer at the time. Malcolm Fraser, I wrote to Malcolm Fraser, he was the Prime Minister when they disappeared. Somebody must know why 12,000, or as it turns out 15,000 files on sick people, or people who were going to be sick, disappeared off the face of the earth.
What the hell?
Government insists that there was no hazard. And indeed, 50 years later, I have a letter from the present Prime Minister, Mr. John Howard, who claims that there was no hazard to either the servicemen concerned or to the people of this country. Now, I'm very sorry, but you don't have to be an intellectual genius to work out that if the aircrew men at Operation Totem in 1953 had their aircrew clothing taken from them, they had their boots taken from them, navigation gear was taken from them and buried in a grave on the Woomera airfield. If they later on cut up 4 of the Lincoln bomber aircraft because they were so badly contaminated that they could not be cleaned, then there must have been something wrong.
53 onwards,
wow.
They used beryllium.
You're right.
They said it was harmless, in the Royal Commission, but now it would appear now that it's very far from being. It's very, very deadly. When you're talking about plutonium, you're talking about a half-life of 24,000 years. In other words, in 24,000 years, it'll be half as dangerous as what it is now. This stuff won't be. If it's dangerous then, it'll be dangerous in 5,000, 10,000 years' time. You can't get rid of it.
So scientists have confirmed that beryllium dust can cause fatal and untreatable lung disease similar to asbestos.
We felt later that we were like lambs on the altar of British science.
And often they are, you know, like military people and stuff. They're often become just these experiment, like the government commits experiments on them.
During the testing at Maralinga, the clouds of radioactive dust sucked up by the explosions were carefully tracked until they drifted out to sea. The clouds from successive explosions passed over much of the continent to the north, the east, and the southeast of Maralinga.
The government of the day,
so
the
all in
Menzies
secret,
government, and all governments since that time have denied that there was any danger or any hazard either to servicemen or to the people of this country. Now, of course, their denial was part of policy. They had to say that. But what we have since found out, of course, is that there was indeed a very great danger to the servicemen concerned who were given no proper protection, and to the people of this country generally because of radioactive fallout.
Could you imagine if the British government had tried what they did at Maralinga in remote counties of Scotland or Wales? You know, it'd be the end of civilization.
So we dug up the uranium and gave it to them so they could make bombs to bomb us with. Lovely.
What happened was shameful. It would not, I mean, could not have occurred elsewhere. Essentially, Aboriginal people were denied their rights with devastating consequences.
I don't even think they had a right to vote in the 50s. Were barred from voting until the end of the 1960s. So they didn't even have a right to vote still. So that's how much regard the British and Australian governments had for the Aboriginal people in the area.
They blew the place up until there was no more room to blow up, and then said bye-bye, we're going. The nice old black fellas, they love it out there. That's their territory. It's not white fellas' territory. It's just particularly for the Aboriginal people who've learned to live over 40,000 years.
Anamba alira dol wearing anana kuju gilinda ka anamba wacha chilbu do bomba do wearing kairo ninabe nanga nguranga holela au manga ngairo ana amgiro ya ngairo pushing ninabe karanga karibai pushing.
Wow, she even remembers that lifestyle. I mean, 1950s. It's incredible.
I don't know how it's going to balance with our country and with our spirits and with our creations. And nobody can touch a country, I guess, and destroy a country and walk away and get away with it. It's a big concern for me, not only me, but other people. We talk about it all the time.
what was acceptable in the 50s.
Obviously you can, you know, certain people can. Certain governments are allowed to do that, as we're learning more and more, aren't we?
And 60s is not acceptable now, and what's acceptable now might not be acceptable 10,000 years from now.
Yeah, turn around. You're right, bro.
At the end of 1989, I became Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, and I went to Britain to argue the case for compensation and clean-up of the Maralinga lands, because what was left behind was americium, strontium-90, uranium, plutonium, dispersed plutonium all over the place. I have real doubts about the success of the clean-up. All they did was put, pile dirt all over the radioactive material.
Number one, palang lo yaring balgore different urania everywhere. Fortune, only Maralinga, Poyogotuka, just finished. Lots of family, lots of brother, and should be wearing a Maralinga.
We, the next generation, have got a bit of a responsibility, because some of us understand more of, our cultural side, but also the Western side of things, which is something Nana can't quite grasp because she's an old tribal woman.
Australian federal government plan to build national nuclear waste dump on the land of the same people affected by the atomic tests. Yeah.
They stole that land
plans
from Kuku the mob. And the Australian government's done rocket testing. They've had Narunga there. We've had nuclear bombs on Kuku the land. And now they want to put a nuclear waste dump in as if we haven't had enough.
Part of the legacy of the nuclear tests is not just the environmental contamination and the burial of plutonium in a shallow grave out at Maralinga. The British provided Australia with a reactor at Lucas Heights in Sydney, and we then joined the reactor club of the world. But it's waste from that reactor that's now intended to be dumped in North South Australia, the first national nuclear waste dump, but even the reactor itself.
Oh, that reactor in Lucas Heights is a medical research nuclear reactor. But like all nuclear reactors, it creates waste, and the waste is quite toxic. It lasts thousands of years and has to be disposed of somewhere. And, no one wants it in their backyard. Sorry, my cat is distracting me. It's coming back down.
Is intended to be decommissioned, dismantled and trucked across unwilling communities right across Australia.
We've passed legislation as a parliament opposing a nuclear waste dump in South Australia. This is the first time in the last quarter of a century that a federal government has moved to compulsorily acquire state crown land against the wishes of the state. All of the international experts would say that if you've got radioactive waste or reactor waste, the repository should be as close as possible to the point of production. Now, what they're aiming to do is exactly the reverse of what anyone serious in international safeguards protocols would say. They're moving it thousands of miles away. So it's about the issue of transportation. We do not want radioactive waste from Lucas Heights nuclear reactor coming across our border, coming through communities, coming along our roads.
It's preferable in our view that radioactive waste should be managed above ground in dry, secure, monitorable storage where one can intervene to apply developments of technology to protect the environment and protect human health. And burying it out of sight, out of mind, whether it's in a shallow national grave at the National Nuclear Waste Dump or when it's in an old mine, doesn't fit any of those proper standards.
Yeah, because it could just leak and then you don't know.
I guess we can speak more strongly on Maralinga and the concerns we have for Maralinga than the dump, but it is very closely connected because it is something that NANA's taking on also, the campaign against the waste dump as well, which of course is a big concern for Anongals because of the connection Anongal Aboriginal people have with land and its waters. Those stories and where this actual site's going to be is a longer storyline.
And remember, the LNP, they want to continue to do this, and they want to put an actual nuclear plant around these areas. Their next plan.
This is Kumara country. It's important in Kumara ceremony or in religious life. The whole landscape is a cultural one. That is, it was set down during the dreaming, and what's left behind is evidence that our ancestral beings created the landscape. We hold the law for this area, and the stories and the songs. Follow the creek along. This is our main highway, and it's no coincidence that this is our highway. It's been here for hundreds of thousands of years. Down the road here we've got a living area. We've got good timber, sand. That's where people camp. One of the things that's been evident to Indigenous people from this area is that we don't believe what the government says at all. Their past record is not a good one. What they've done to us at Maralinga, continue doing that at Roxby, and now they want to force this nuclear waste dump down our throats. We don't want it. We've told them time and time again. We don't want it. The pastoral community doesn't want it. People in South Australia don't want it. It's time they listen to people.
We don't want no more
no more
radiation, killing and bomb and things.
Yeah.
And they're taking uranium dumps. They're burying in a yard all the way. Where they make them over that way.
Yeah.
In Sydney. They should bury them in their own yard. That's what I say. That's what we say.
It's not just a technology.
The government want us to forget. That's why they bury it all. They want us to forget about these people. They want these people to die and go away, the people that are talking about it. And that way they won't have to pay out anything. And then they can put their nuclear plant there or do whatever they want. They don't care. They don't care about these people. They just want to suppress it, and that way the history books will forget that it ever happened, and then they'll be able to do whatever they want next with the land.
The issue is not just an environment issue. It's a threat to the community's right to decide their own future. They are willing to corrupt a lot of values in society by imposing reactor risk and waste production. They refuse to accept the long-term legacy of either health impacts or of risks from the nuclear waste that result from that reactor production.
First they destroy a sacred place to take this stuff. Then now they're going to have to destroy another sacred place or pollute this poison this another sacred place to put this stuff back in.
And they do that. Like they did that sort of recently. I don't know what it was for, and they factor in the fines into their cost of production, and remember we subsidise a lot of the mining and stuff in Australia. I don't know about uranium, but whoever digs the uranium out, I think it's Rio Tinto and Santos and that. And they dig the uranium out. They destroy sacred sites like 40,000-year-old cave paintings and shit like that, and they just devastate the area and then just pay a $5 million fine or something. And remember, they're tax subsidised, so they just factor that into the price of what they're pulling out of the ground, which we don't even get anything. The Aboriginal people don't get anything for either, and they're just grifters, giant corporate grifters, mining grifters, destroying sacred land and environment and taking everything. Don't go bigger, just play.
I don't know what we're going to do with it. It's more deadly now that they've used it. It's called into a waste sort of. They call it waste now.
An example of how little Australia has learnt over the last 50 years from the Maralinga experience is that today a mine operates at Beverley, where General Atomics, the multi-billion-dollar US nuclear corporation, operates an acid in situ leach uranium mine. Now, acid in situ leach is a method that's never been approved in any other OECD country, and the company there, General Atomics, rely on discharging all their radioactive mine waste directly to groundwater. They dump their mine waste, their radioactive legacy, directly into groundwater without any rehabilitation and under our legal system without any liability. They actually have exemptions from the Environment Protection Act in South Australia, a key matter for the SA government to answer over, where the management of...
I would not be surprised if this situation has not changed at all.
...of uranium waste is exempt from the Environment Protection Act. South Australian uranium used in nuclear reactors produces plutonium. Half of the world's plutonium has been produced in civilian power reactors. So SA is complicit essentially in both the reactor risk and the waste production, but also in the accumulation of plutonium around the world.
Australia is very much
find
so.
any use for some of their material, try and contend to the public that their industry is demonstrated to be harmless. The conventional disposable smoke detectors contain americium, which is again a byproduct of the nuclear industry. If the smoke detector itself was to be burnt and powdered and inhaled, there is a health risk there. It's as much that whole cycle of producing and dispersing radioactive materials doesn't make sense. When smoke detectors that don't use radioactive materials can be just as or even more effective.
So we don't even need them for that.
Are the same mistakes and the same bad practices being allowed to continue?
Roxby Downs, that's one of the biggest uranium mines in the world. We know about that place. We knew about that place before the white man ever come here, or Captain Cook was even thought of or born. So we're saying that uranium is sacred. It's part of that land, it's part of the dream time. Big concern about that place because that dream in there, it belongs to us too, it belongs to all the people. We suffer there because of the amount of water that they take from the Lake Eyre Basin. They're just pumping something like more than 50 million litres per day. Now
nuclear uses a lot of water too.
This is good, clean, sacred water. There must be roughly 50 million litres coming out in the tailings dam. Now that's a lot of water per day. That affects all the mountain springs, the soaks, what we had. We can't find water in those places anymore. They've been doing that now for some years, so there must be a hell of a lot of poison water there.
The Kungatuta, senior Aboriginal women in North South Australia, they see it as the imposition of poison ground on their traditional lands, and they're fighting for their culture, for their country, for the viability of what they see as positive in their society. And it's really for all Australians to be mature enough to back our own traditional owners in that fight. Australia, with some of the best sunshine in the world, it's very hard to get a research grant to develop solar energy. But our government claim that they have freely to have $500 million or so to put an unnecessary hazardous reactor in Sydney. They really do have the wrong set of answers to the current set of problems. There are alternatives
Same
to the
battle.
production of medical isotopes through cyclotrons or through importing, which is the standard method for the key isotope technetium-99. Our government claims that we have to have a reactor in Sydney to have proper availability of this key medical isotope, and simply not true. Nuclear weapons programs have often started in so-called civilian nuclear programs. It really is not a great deal of difference between the two arms of the industry, the civilian and the military. The proliferation of nuclear weapons is one thing, but actually it's the proliferation of nuclear technology and materials that is putting so many more countries at risk.
Wasn't Chernobyl evidence enough of the issues and the damage?
No, it was not. And then we had Fukushima, and everyone comes up with reasons why, but that shouldn't happen because of this and that. Like, it happened only because of these very specific circumstances. And like I was saying in the stream the other day, and only once, and then one thing has to go wrong, and then you have a big problem. It's not just a little mistake. It's not just a little error. It's a big problem.
We share the tears and the acceptance that our lives as individuals can be so overwhelmingly affected, and you don't even have to be there under a nuclear bomb. But it's pretty awful when you are under a nuclear bomb. They bombed my mother, and she then passed on genetic DNA defects to myself, so I have not been able to have children, but I have 3 ovaries, and I'm just one of many women in my community who've been affected in terms of reproduction issues. Traditionally, culturally, we wouldn't have talked about it, but this is stuff that you just can't not talk about.
Wanka niki atu yaninda, wanka niki ori alai, uragana, wadu mutu, kari uka ponda da paka anda uka, malja kari uka ngorkanda uka, anandaras nurtu, malja kari ngorkanda anandaras. What I'm saying is, I'm talking my language. I'm talking this old language from Dreamtime. It's like our country too. It's old. And these people digging it up, breaking it, and they don't know us, they don't know the country. They don't know what they're doing.
50th anniversary service of the Montebello tests in Jarvis Bay.
It's been 52 years since the bomb, and I don't know whether they're waiting for us all to die out, and
Yes,
the hope
they
there's
are.
not going to be too many they're going to have to pay. They said, no, you weren't exposed. We were exposed, all right. We were totally exposed.
Modus operandi of the government under these circumstances. Yes, they are waiting for them to die.
Australia is the only society we understand to have ever provided its own uranium to an overseas nuclear weapons state to make into weapons to then bomb back on our own land.
I'd like to know the after effects of this atomic bomb. My 3 children have all had spina bifida babies, and I'm just wondering whether it came from that. My daughter's also got cancer.
17% of descendants, which is quite high percentage.
All of a sudden, you did Martin Anzac Day. Have you seen Tommy? I don't know what his name was. Yeah. Oh no, he passed away last year. What from cancer? And then you started to think to yourself, for God's sake, there's no one here has dropped dead from a heart attack. They're all dying of cancer. You wouldn't mind if you had the occasional one or two that have died of old age or something, but they have all died of cancer. I mean, you've got to say to yourself, what's causing this?
We were involved in a war. It might have been a Cold War, but we were right in amongst it.
Servicemen at Maralinga were 23% more likely to develop cancer and 18% more likely to die from cancer.
To us, its most important aspect is to be recognised and to be accepted for the job that we actually did.
We have asked only to come under the Veterans Entitlement Act. That's all we argue.
Oh, do they
we
not?
say no more uranium mining.
Are they
no
not
more
veterans?
Testing. And we certainly don't want everybody else's waste products brought here.
The government lied and lied and lied and lied about the blasted atomic tests. We did as we were told, when we were told, and under the conditions that we were given. So we didn't betray our country. Sadly, our country betrayed us.
The Atomic ex-servicemen await recognition for non-warlike hazard service under the Veterans Entitlement Act, which is obviously what we're looking at here, where they're still trying to get compensation today. In July 2004, the Kunga Juta senior women of Cooper PD won a 6-year battle against having a nuclear waste repository on their land. They just wait a little longer. I'll get it off them later. Federal government continues to search for a new site to build a nuclear waste facility. I believe they managed to get a permanent one up just recently. Our nuclear history continues. So shocking, and like there's just no consideration for what the people want in these discussions, and we get dictated to as well by the government, and we've just got to trust them, you know. We're expected to trust them or we're crazy. Alright, so I have a little article that from 2021, so this was put up in 2021, but he's got the other copy, like I said, that's 12 years old. The movie came out in 2005. The assistant director and editor, Catherine Eigner. So there's a long and devastating history behind the proposal for a nuclear waste dump in South Australia. And so this is sort of talking about that. On Saturday, the 3rd of April, this is like, she published this in 2021, August 2021. On the 3rd of April, the Adelaide Festival hosted a public showing of Australian Atomic Confessions, which we just watched. A documentary I co-directed about the tragic and long-lasting effects of the atomic weapons testing carried out by Britain in South Australia in the 1950s. Amid works from 20 artists reflecting on nuclear trauma as experienced by Indigenous peoples, the discussion that followed brought up the ways in which attempts at nuclear colonisation have continued in South Australia and are continuing right now. For the fourth time in 23 years, South Australia is targeted for a nuclear waste dump, this time at Napandi, a property near Kimber on Aya Peninsula. The plan is likely to require the use of a port, most probably Whyalla, to receive reprocessed nuclear fuel waste from France, the United Kingdom, and Lucas Heights reactor in New South Wales. So we did have like a heap of, like, we have got all this nuclear waste, like we've accepted nuclear waste from other countries, but we didn't even have like a permanent nuclear waste, and we've got the Lucas Heights nuclear waste, and we don't even have like some sort of permanent storage facility. And like that guy said, if you just like bury it in the ground or stick it in a cave somewhere and block it off, you're not really doing the job of storing it safely. And so anyway, we didn't for years. There's like nuclear waste dotted around that's just held in these kind of temporary storage kind of places, and they only recently managed to get a nuclear waste dump, I believe. Waste disposal Australia approved, or was it? So Western Australia, they've managed to do one. The Sandy Ridge facility, located about 240 kilometres northwest of Kalgoorlie. I think that's that's it. Granted despite opposition. Yeah, HMAS Sterling. So it's not great. They're certainly going to do it whether we want it or not. The waste will be stored above ground in concrete vaults, which will be filled for 100 years and monitored for further 200 to 300 years. What about after that? Nuclear waste can remain hazardous for thousands of years. The Bungala people hold cultural rights and responsibilities for the region, but were excluded from a government poll about the proposal because they're not deemed to be local residents. What? And, they're not allowed to have a voice either, because the Australian people didn't know. So they voted no. Oh my God. The 734 locals who took part backed the proposal, 61%. The Bungala people are far from the first in South Australia to be excluded from a say about proposals to spread nuclear materials over their land. And then they talk about the documentary. So let's delve just a little bit. I got a couple of stories about these proposals from Peter Dutton to build not one, but 7 nuclear power plants dotted around Australia. And we saw a little map of those the other day. So let's watch a couple of stories on it.
We've hit 3 months since Peter Dutton outlined an ambitious proposal for 7 nuclear reactors across Australia if he wins government at the next election. But now a new analysis from a US think tank has cast fresh doubt on the plan. Political reporter Chloe Boris joins me now for more on this. And Chloe, this argues that we could see power prices rise here.
Yeah, this report's calculated the coalition's policy would drive up the average household electricity bill by $665 a year. That would be to cover the cost of building 7 nuclear power plants. Now, this analysis was done by a US think tank based on the construction costs of nuclear projects in other countries. The opposition is rubbishing the modelling. It's definitely not the headline they want heading into a cost of living election. And yet, Peter Dutton still isn't willing to put an end to the speculation by releasing his own costings now.
We looked at what the cost
would have to be in the electricity market to recover the costs of those nuclear power plants. And we found that to recover the cost of those kind of nuclear power plants in Australia, electricity bills would have to rise significantly, on average $665 per year for that.
And I kind of mentioned this the other day, like nuclear power plants are really expensive to build. Not only that, take a long time, but they're really expensive to build. And we, relative to the rest of the world, we might have a large land mass, which means we need 7 of them over this huge land mass, but we've got a tiny population. We really do. We've got like 28 million people, and that's not enough to pay for all these, like, without exorbitant raises to our price raises to our energy bills.
Average household, but that range could be quite wide, anywhere from a few $100s to over $1,000.
They are treating the Australian people like mugs, arrogantly holding the details of their costings, of their modelling, of the impact of their policies on Australians from the Australian people.
And that was Energy Minister Chris Bowen, who's also seized on the lack of information to release a report from his own department suggesting the Coalition's nuclear policy will lead to blackouts because we still don't have any detail on how nuclear will fit with other types of energy generation. Peter Dutton will make his case in a major speech on Monday, but again, Ursula, that won't include costings.
Thank you very much. Chloe Boris.
Right, because we have to, like, if we go with his nuclear plan, if we go with Peter Dutton's nuclear plan, that means we have to stop everything else, invest everything into building the nuclear so that we can get to a place where it's ahead of renewables, but it won't. So in the meantime, we kind of need, I've got another little interview from another fellow that talks about this, how renewables is what's going to sort of bridge that gap, but even if you're going to do something like that. And then once you've got the renewables up anyway, you kind of then don't need the nuclear power, and you can't power down nuclear when you don't need it. So it's just sitting there, like, not overloading, but generating power that's not necessary. You need to be able to move it from place to place, so it's going to go where there are current, like, mines, which we talked about the other day. Where there's mining, there seems to be seismic activity. So anyway, so this story that we looked at here, which was the analysis that the US think tank analysis that said that it would increase the electricity bills. Yesterday, Dutton came out with this little thing that he's going to release his nuclear plan costings at a time of our choosing. Remember, people, if you don't know, vote no. So, like, yeah, if he still can't release any costings by the election and he wants to hold those close to his chest and at his choosing and expect people to vote on that, they can vote against it. That's his policy, remember. That's his tagline.
Under our approach, we can use the existing transmission network at those sites. The poles and wires are already in existence and they shouldn't be stranded assets. They won't be stranded assets because they'll move renewable energy through those same lines, just like they do today. And the energy sector is invested in renewables right now. Nuclear, there's no need to carpet our landscape and coastline with industrial-scale solar and wind farms, or indeed the 28,000 kilometres of new It
would take so little. You could literally power the whole world with just like a patch of Australia. Like if you turned like a patch of Australia into a solar farm, not nuclear farm, into a solar farm, you could power the whole world with it.
Transmission lines needed to make them work and distribute that energy.
And it wouldn't be that
now, our
much.
nuclear plan requires a significant upfront cost, and you can look at the international examples to see as much. But a whole new and vast transmission network and infrastructure won't be needed under the plan that we're putting forward. Moreover, the cost of our nuclear plants can be amortised and spread over a reactor's 80-year lifespan. Under Labor's renewables-only plan, every solar panel and wind turbine will not only need to be replaced 3 to 4 times over the same period, all of it will end up in landfill, a conversation our country so far hasn't discussed.
Okay, that is a lie. All the conflict minerals and stuff within a solar panel and all the glass and everything like that, that can all be recycled. It's something like 99% or something recyclable. So, you know, it's quite recyclable and goes back into making more photovoltaic panels.
We'll release our costings in due course at a time of our choosing. I know Chris Bowen believes he's running this debate, but he's not. And we'll provide more detail on many elements, and Ted is working on that. Our policy that we put forward will be a fraction of the cost of the Labor Party's $1.2 to $1.5 trillion plan. That much should be...
Don't know where he got that figure. No one knows where he got that figure of the $1 trillion. And remember that the LNP have never been on target with their costings and have always made everything that we've ever done cost way more than the original budget, you know, and we usually get less for what we pay once they get in charge of it.
Obvious to all Australians. But we're spending taxpayers' money more efficiently. And just as we were upfront about the locations of our nuclear sites, and as we've seen in the debate so far, the government hasn't been able to dispute those 7 sites that we've put forward. We'll have more information about the cost of nuclear.
No one's taking him serious, that's why.
It will be independently verified, and it will show a cost differential which is significant in favour of nuclear coming into the mix.
And they might not be taking him seriously and they might be like dismissing him and everything, but there are people out there that are falling for it and you know, so we do have to take it serious that this could be a realistic thing. It literally could become reality. So this is the CSIRO in 2023. So the CSIRO are the Australian, they're an independent body, but they're also funded by the government. And they're our scientists. These are Australian scientists, and they are kind of like, they advise the government in science, like real science, that you can actually do like scientific testing to verify results. Anyway, these real scientists got together and they had a look at Peter Dutton's plan with his just the general plan. Now, Peter Dutton hasn't given us any costings on how he plans for us to pay for it, but there is an idea of how much these things cost. So the CSIRO looked at this so that they could guide the government on whether this was a good plan or not. In Australia's transition to net zero emissions, the electricity sector has a major role to play, but does nuclear power have a place? Nuclear power, this is the key point. The first key point from the CSIRO, nuclear power does not currently provide the most competitive solution for low emission electricity in Australia. It just doesn't. The costs for small nuclear reactors, small modular reactors are currently high, but could improve over time. Large-scale nuclear is more competitive, but it exceeds the cost of wind and power photovoltaics. Long development times means nuclear won't be able to make a significant contribution to achieving net zero emissions by 2050. So, in the meantime, the LNP want us to continue spewing fossil fuels and using fossil fuels and spewing fossil fuels into the atmosphere while they get this clean energy nuclear reactor up and running. And as Australia works towards emissions reduction targets in the transition to net zero, we know the electricity sector has a major role to play. We also know it makes sense to assess a full range of technologies, some new and emerging, some established and proven. In this context, a debate around nuclear power has been reignited. Some proponents want nuclear to be considered as an option for decarbonising the electricity sector. Despite nuclear power being a component of electricity generation for 16% of the world's countries, it does not currently provide an appropriate solution for Australia's net zero target. I think part of it is because we're just so far apart and there's so few of us. Nuclear is not economically competitive with renewables, and the total development time in Australia for large or small-scale nuclear is at least 15 years. Small modular reactors are faster to build but are commercially immature and present. And the only place in the West where a small modular reactor was attempted to be built, they stopped building it because it was too expensive, and that was in the US. They have been built, but only in countries, only in Russia and China. And what, are they going to give us their technology? So, and they want to make this a private venture too, because it's the LNP, so, they're not going to let the public own it. Even though these sort of things like services and stuff should be, owned by the public, it is the modus operandi of the Liberal Party to sell off public assets. This one, they're not even going to let it be public to begin with. I have high doubts. They will give as much taxpayer money to their commercial bodies as possible. The total development time needed for nuclear means it will not play a major role in electricity sector emission abatement, which is more urgent than abatement in other sectors. So basically, it can't play a major role in trying to reduce emissions. We need that to happen now. Now, not in 15 years, now. That's what they're trying to say. So anyway, they looked at it, they decided that it wasn't viable. And here is their little thing here that shows to facilitate straightforward comparison across technologies. The Gen Cost report conducts a levelized cost of electricity analysis. The method calculates a dollar cost per megawatt hour over an economic life of the asset, incorporating initial capital expenses and any ongoing fuel operation and maintenance costs. So the latest Gen Cost report found renewables continue to have the lowest cost range of any new build electricity generation technologies. Cost per megawatt hour. That's after considering everything. There you've got your large scale nuclear, which is, again, that's not viable in our country. We got to build 7 of them so that you can spread it around the country. Here's your small modular reactors, which is what Dutton's proposing, and here's solar and wind. Plus we have hydro. There's a whole bunch of other options that are way more viable than this, and battery technology is only getting better. Anyway, and so the last one I wanted to look at was this interview. It goes for about 8 minutes. I watched a little bit of it last night, but then I decided I wanted to watch the rest here, and that it would be a good place to sort of end this whole thing that we're talking about. We just watched the documentary and stuff. This would be a good place to, and we looked into Dutton's proposal. This fella, this Matt Kean. Now, I looked him up last night. It's quite interesting. He is the head of the Climate Change Authority, but he used to be a Liberal politician. So we're going to listen to him and see what he's got to say about Dutton's plan.
Matt Kean, welcome back to 7:30.
Thank you, Laura.
Earlier this month, the Climate Change Authority published a review of potential pathways to net zero emissions by 2050 that essentially said we aren't on track to reach the target of 82% renewable energy, didn't it?
What it said is that the clearest way to get to net zero by 2050 is to roll out renewables that are firmed up by batteries and other storage technologies at scale and quickly. So there was no time to delay. The electricity part of the economy would do the heavy lifting.
See, no time to delay.
To help us get to where we need to be by 2050.
Well, you need to provide advice on the 2035 target next month to the government. Will that be made public?
What we'll be doing is doing the work necessary to ensure that that advice is independent and evidence-based. We need to go through a process. We're working with the CSIRO to ensure that the advice is science-aligned and achievable. We're working also with industry groups, so we'll take our time to get that advice right. We also consider the advice in the context of the international environment. Obviously, there's a major election coming up in the United States. We don't operate in a bubble. We operate as part of a global effort to reduce carbon emissions, and we'll be looking at the geopolitical environment before we provide that advice to the government of the day.
But will we see it? Will the public see it?
Yes, we'll be making sure that that advice is public.
It's interesting how he didn't answer the question straight out at the beginning. He made out like he was going to avoid it, but he was like, oh, we're going to do a really thorough report and it's going to be independent and everything. Yes, but is it going to be available to the public? Oh, yeah.
The best mix of policy to reduce emissions. We heard the opposition leader today outlining the case for nuclear. Does nuclear have a role to play?
Well, in the Sector Pathways report, the CSIRO clearly set out the pathway to transition our electricity system and meet our commitments, international and domestic commitments, was renewables that are firmed up with technologies like batteries and storage. That's the pathway that's been set out by the CSIRO. That's backed up by the Australian Energy Market Operator. They're the engineers who run our energy system. So we'll listen to the advice of
the energy operator wants to do it this way, not what Dutton's proposing just because he wants to be oppositional.
The experts, and they clearly say the cheapest and most effective way to transition our electricity system is renewables that are backed up by firming.
Well, how important is investor confidence in maintaining the emissions reduction trajectory? I mean, how concerned are you that the spectre of a shift to nuclear power will undermine what needs to be done in the next couple of decades?
What's clear is that international capital and domestic capital will flow into building the generation, the storage and the firming technologies that we need to transition our grid and underwrite a new era of prosperity for our economy. That investment needs clear signals from government, and those clear signals are currently in place. We need to ensure that the pathways are there for that investment to come in to build the new replacement capacity that we're going to need, because AEMO, the market operator, have clearly said that the majority of our coal-fired electricity will be out of the system by 2038. In fact, 90% will be out by 2035. So we can't wait.
Wow, that's positive. 90% by 2035. So it's like, it's 10 years away. That we'll have like 90% of coal out of our electricity generation. That's, imagine how clean it's going to be. So they're already moving towards that solution, and Dutton wants to back away from that, which is already being done. It's already being moved on, you know, and he wants to back away from that solution and pretty much start again, go through a whole process of making it legal and everything anyway, and all the red tape and everything, and then build 7 nuclear plants before we even start to think about reducing emissions. Oh, we've got to get them up and running, because in the meantime, we're just spewing old fossil fuels out. Because he doesn't want the investment at all in the renewables, not even alongside. He wants all that money taken away, like you said, $1 trillion, wherever that figure came from, and that to then be transferred over and put into small modular reactors for nuclear power.
For 20 years to replace that capacity. We need to get on with the job now. The technologies are already available. They're wind, they're solar, they're batteries, they're other firming technologies backed up with new transmission. That's the cheapest way. It's also the most effective way to replace outgoing capacity.
Well, Peter Dutton said today that the coalition sees renewables and nuclear.
And if there's an earthquake, the solar panels don't then emit a whole lot of like poison all over the land. You have to recycle them and build some more.
Nuclear as companions, not competitors. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think the advice from the CSIRO and the Australian Energy Market Operator is very different. We know that nuclear technology is not flexible to work with renewables, so therefore it isn't the best technology to support renewables. We also know that it will take a long time to build nuclear capacity.
So that's what they're talking about there. We're supporting renewables. So if we were like, oh, well, let's build one to sort of back up the renewables for when the sun doesn't come out and and the wind's not blowing and there's no waves in the ocean. And so, you know, we need to have something that's going to back that up. And batteries might run out because, you know, we're talking about 2 weeks or something of no sun and stuff here, which, you know, that happens. But usually when there's 2 weeks of no sun, there's usually like 2 weeks of rain and wind and stuff. But anyway, so yeah. They're in it, yeah. And so then when the renewable needs to be backed up, you need to, the option was to have like fossil fuels, but obviously we don't want to use fossil fuels. So the option is the nuclear plant, which you can't power it down. You can't power it up when you need to back up your renewables, you know, during a heat wave or when it gets really cold. You can't turn it on and off. Yeah?
Australia doesn't have a nuclear industry. We don't have the workforce that's ever done this before. And the best example to look to is what's happening in the UK, another democracy that's currently building a nuclear power plant. That's the Hinkley Point C power plant. That process to begin that build started in 2007. It was scheduled to be completed in 2012. It now won't be turned on until 2028.
Holy shit. So it's like 2012, but it won't be opening till 2028, so it's like 14 years overdue.
It's over 20 years. The original price tag of that was $5.5 billion Aussie. The now price tag is the equivalent of $86 billion Aussie by 2028.
Aussie
so
dollars.
We can't afford to wait 20 years. It will be hugely expensive for taxpayers, and it will also be hugely expensive for electricity consumers.
Well, you've said that a fact-based discussion on climate change is required. The chair of the Superpower Institute, Rod Sims, said today the opposition leader had today made claims in support of nuclear power which, quote, aren't grounded in the latest economic facts. Do you agree with him?
My job as the independent chair of Australia's Climate Authority is to provide frank and fearless advice to the government of the day, independent, evidence-based advice. And clearly when it comes to energy policy, AEMO, the CSIRO have said clearly that the cheapest way to replace our existing capacity is renewables that are backed up by firming technologies.
Well, I got to hand it to him. He took on the job and he became a dedicated supporter of climate.
We'll take the advice of the experts. We're not going to get into ideology. This should be about evidence, science, engineering and economics, and that's the advice I'll be putting forward.
Well, given the coalition is committed to a nuclear power plan, does the Climate Change Authority need to officially incorporate an assessment of nuclear energy in its next review? Because you essentially said last time, well, it's federally banned, so we're not going to look at it.
Well, the Climate Change Authority clearly has an obligation to map out the best way for Australia to meet its net zero by 2050 commitments. That's a policy that is supported by both sides of politics. We're providing independent, evidence-based advice on the way to achieve that goal. That clearly shows that in the energy sector, the pathway is renewables backed up by firming and other technologies will not only do its bit for the environment, not only help us meet our carbon targets, but also bring down energy prices for consumers.
Peter Dutton also said today that the cost of the renewables transition being proposed at the moment is between $1.3 and $1.5 trillion. Do you agree with that assessment?
What I agree with is that the cheapest way to replace our existing capacity is firmed renewables. That's not me saying that. I'll take the advice of the Australian Energy Market Operator, the engineers who run the electricity system, and the CSIRO. They clearly say that the cheapest way, the cheapest technologies to replace our existing forms of generation is renewables backed up by firming and storage.
At the time you were...
He's going to listen to the scientists, not the oppositional opposition.
Appointed chair of the authority, you reflected on advice you received as New South Wales Energy Minister, which was that nuclear power would take far too long and would be far too expensive. You said, quote, "I didn't want to bankrupt the state and I didn't want to put those huge costs onto families." Would nuclear power bankrupt Australia and impose huge costs on families?
Well, I'm not opposed to the idea of nuclear energy. I never was. We looked at it very closely when I was the New South Wales Energy Minister. The most persuasive advice I received was from the Chief Scientist of New South Wales, Professor Hugh Durrant-White. I asked him to explore that option for New South Wales. He clearly provided advice that it would take too long and would be far too expensive for taxpayers and consumers. Now, I didn't want to bankrupt the state and I didn't want to send electricity bills for mums and dads across Australia through the roof. That's
there we
why...
go. Words from a supporter of nuclear power even goes, nah, it just don't add up.
We took the advice of the CSIRO and AUMO and put forward the electricity infrastructure roadmap, which provided a pathway for renewables to replace our existing coal-fired electricity. That's renewables that were backed up by technologies like gas, batteries and new transmission. And that was the advice of the experts.
Matt Kean, thanks so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Laura.
That's a pretty good interview, hey? I thought. When he started, because I watched, I don't know, about a minute or something of it last night, and when he started, sort of going, oh, yeah, by 2035, we want to have X amount of it out, and of fossil fuel out of the system, and we want to have, and nuclear is just not going to meet that target. I was like, okay. Who is this guy? So I look him up and I go, oh my God, he's a Liberal. And then I was really quite surprised. So yeah, I was quite impressed by his take. And I think that's pretty cool because it comes from somebody who's a supporter, or I'm obviously pretty anti-nuclear power, nuclear weapons, even probably digging it out of the ground, like the uranium, stop that shit. Leave it where it is. But and those are what we just watched was a little interview from someone that was that's a supporter of all of that stuff, and he still doesn't think that it's a viable plan. Okay, let's leave it there, and we'll end the stream as we always do with something a bit lighter. That was really good though. Something to explore there. Okay, I am going to take a little break for a minute. Go off to the bathroom. But we also want to, I said before, I'm going to play some Fortnite. I've got a Fortnite Save the World quest, which I can show y'all. Only one, an 88. Where is it? Let's show that one there. 88 double Atlas. So I'm going to go and do that. And then I might play some, ranked or whatever. Okay, so let's put this back up. And switch to the Fortnite screen, but I'm going to go to the bathroom, so I might want to put the pause screen up in a second. And I want to change the title, the screen of the stream. Plays Fortnite. I'm going to play Save the World and I'm going to play a bit of Rank, so we'll just write Plays Fortnite. It was interesting to listen to. I don't know much about this stuff, so it's nice to learn a bit. Yeah. You know, it's good to learn about the country we live in and things that they've done, I guess, you know. And like I said, that one, you don't hear much about it. And as we learned from the documentary, the government obviously wants to suppress knowledge of it, you know, and that is kind of depressing. Exactly like you say, you know, because you feel powerless and you can't help these people. And it continues today, you know, whole colonization and you know, destroying their land, taking their land. Just adding some tags to the stream. I don't know if I want to play Reload. I heard about Reload Ranked last night, which is interesting. Didn't even know that existed. Okay. Alright, I won't start Fortnite up straight away. I'll just put it on the pause scene, leave you with a little bit of music, and then when I come back, we'll start up Fortnite. Right, I'm back. Yeah, it was such a sad documentary. You know, you see how the destruction that they do to the land, you see how little the government gives a shit. And it wasn't that long ago. You know, like people would sort of go, oh, Australia was colonised 200 odd years ago, get over it. And it's like, no, it's still happening. And there's still these incredible injustices occurring. I need to put a chat thing up. so that I can see y'all talking to me. Gotta follow. Why? Thank you very much. I can't say that. I'll just call you Vita. Maybe Vital. It's Vital. I like Vital. Alright. Get the Fortnite up and then I can open the screen. And then the government expects you to trust them when they do shit like that. And then literally they're waiting for people to die, you know. It was a bot, but they followed me. That's all right. I'll take bot followers. Just, I won't pay for chatters. Bot followers get me closer to the 50 I need for affiliate, but I will not pay for them. So free, if you're willing to give me free bot follows, that's fine. All right, yeah, free bot follows. Let's remove the block. How do you know that was a bot? Did they post something that I didn't see? Post a link, promo link. When you come into my room, my chat room, a little rule thing comes up and it tells you that, you know, be excellent. The rules of the chat. Be excellent to each other. Don't spam the chat. Well, posting your ads is spam, right? And only one that can spam the chat is me. And then I also double down on that and I go, promo links. You promo yourself, that will equal permaban. Right? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit how many followers or whatever I got. Mind you, I'll have the bot followers, but I don't give a shit. I'm going to permaban you because you're not here to be a chatter in my community. You're here to promote yourself. I go into other people's community and then I participate. I don't promote myself. I never drop my links. You know, if someone wants to come and visit me because they're curious about what I'm saying in a room, then cool, right? But I'm not about to go and dump my promo all over somebody else's chat. I don't understand why people do it. It's rude and I'm just not going to have it. And so you'll just get banned if you try and do it. Subscribe to my channel. I think I'm already subscribed. Maybe I'm not. At the end, I'll... Certain people have an exception to the rules. An exception to the rules. I don't even know these people. They're just walking on. But no, well, that's the thing. I don't even know them, and they're just walking in here, use my creator code. I nearly fell for it. I was saved by my wonderful mods. You know, like as you can see, my creator code is LUFO. I support Lose the Fruit because it brings epic money back into Australia, and because I saw she was working hard there. She tries hard, you know. She's still putting out content and, you know, generating hype for Fortnite, and I love that. And I love that she's Australian and she's a girl, and so, you know, I give my code to Lufu. Sometimes I swap it to other people, but yeah, but I'm not gonna just do it to random people that just drop a creator code in the chat. I've learned from the very first stream. Here it is. What is this? Ranked Battle Royale Siphon Trials. What? But that's just ranked. What the hell's a siphon trial? Oh my god, have they made it harder? And look at this. Ranked reload. This wasn't here yesterday. That's got to be frightening. I'm lucky to go into reload. 27,000 people only now. We looked at this yesterday. Reload had 127,000 people in it. Now they're all over in ranked. There's your answer. There's your answer about whether people like competitive more. They literally abandoned the normal reload mode and just went straight over to ranked. What the hell is this? This sounds frightening, and it's normal ranked, and I wanted to play normal ranked today. I wonder if this is squads. Anyway, first, let's stay on track. First, I've got to save the world. We get the chores out of the way first. You know, it's like you eat the bad things on the plate first so that you can keep the yummy things for last. Alright. I keep getting copyrighted on some of the music. Even though it's got I picked the creator thing and I've turned it off. It still gives me, sometimes copyrights me at YouTube for Fortnite, epic songs. So, yeah. But I just get YouTube to AI remove it, but it's still a bit of a, it's a bit fake where it says, oh yeah, well, creators don't, you're safe if you switch it off. All right. Level 88. Let's make sure the people's voices are turned off. They were not yesterday. Okay. 88 double Atlas, and I've got to eliminate some more husks with a shotgun and destroy some garden gnomes if I can find them. This looks like it's it. This is it, people. Alright, we have it on fill. I've got the right weapons. Look at all those rewards. Okay. Yeah, thanks for joining me for the documentary. I know it's a little depressing, but like you say, it's educational. Learn something about country, about the history, something that they don't teach at school. They would never cover that at school. I was really lucky. I had a really good history teacher, but she probably didn't even know about that. It's that sort of kept that hidden. And these sort of things get sort of more spotlight on them as time goes on, but it also becomes less likely that anything's going to happen. It becomes like this kind of curiosity that we talk about, but nothing ever actually gets done about it as they wait for the people to die, really. So they can, and also, that's both the vets and the Aboriginal people, but also the people of that land. They don't want them, they want that land. The government want that land. They've fucked it, and now they just want to put some nuclear plants on it as well. Alright. What's going on here? Why? I don't want to do this. Okay, I'll go get this guy. No? Should have just ignored the survivor. But I feel so sorry for them. No, don't hurt him. Alright, if I don't fiddle with that, then there won't be a survivor to worry about. Oh my god, there's another one in here. He wants toilet paper.
Nice work.
I just wanted a gnome.
Open mission control when you're ready to begin. Check your map for the location of the base.
I'm gonna kill them all with shotguns. I can kill 200 of these guys in this match, or it's not even 200. What, I got 90 left? I won't need to play another Save the World. Sorry, dinosaur. Haven't spied any gnomes. Isn't anywhere that a gnome would be. Or maybe over here. Nope. What? No one's even built around it yet? Oh my god. This is gonna be interesting. So did someone have laid them down? Okay. Can't even build that. Okay, I can do this. Alright, looks like they're gonna come from up here too. Maybe. This is the sort of fun part, the puzzle part, where you've got to sort of work out the tracking of the husks, where they might go. Oops, not like that. That one up a bit higher. And using all the different traps that you get. sort of trap them in. We've got this one, yeah. Hopefully someone's gonna come and help. Okay, let's put a fire one there, and I'm thinking like it'd be better off to push them off that way, I feel. So I'm gonna like build like a pushy thing like these. This is fun. And I like to have a few of these around to make them dance. Alright. Okay. And in fact, whoops. Oh. Some floor trappies. Okay. Again, we want to force them to go where we want them to go, not where they want to go. So, it might not work so well. That's sort of pretty useless. I might fall down there, I guess. Okay, that's just too... Okay. Well, I like it when I get help, though. Whichever they find the best way to help, I'll take it. Here we go. We need to do something in here, because they're gonna, like, fall in here. Let's make them dance there. And then I can like shoot them from far away with that one. Put that around it and it sort of directs where they go. No, we still might want that one there. I don't know whether to participate. He may have his own plans. I don't want to encroach. Wait till later and see what happens when they start it. That's kind of sucky. I don't like that one there. Oh, but it is holding that up. Okay. Let's drop this for whoever. There's a cat. There's a cat banging on my window. And the cat is banging louder and louder. She must really want to come inside. Mods, let your cat in. There was some, I'd really like to find a garden gnome or two. You hear me? Good. You're still banging. That's all.
You got this, Commander.
Alright, I just gotta kill 60 of them and then I don't have to come in. I'll look for garden gnomes tomorrow then. What have they done? Okay, looks pretty good. They didn't even need to protect the side, huh? No, my stuff. I better concentrate. I kill 34 more. Go this way. Spawning. I just need 32. Gotta find 32 of them, please. Oh, here's a whole heap. I'm gonna do it. 13 left. 10 left. 3 left to get. It. Alright, I might leave these guys to do this and see if I can locate any garden gnomes. So it finally rained today. Finally. It's only been threatening it for like, I don't know, a week and a half. Finally we got our cozy rain. Well, it's cozy when you're inside. Under, oh, there's no gnome here anyway. So I think it's going to be nice to get all rugged up after the stream and settle in for a movie. I didn't watch a movie last night, even though I said I was gonna. I think I watched some like YouTubes. I watched a movie that my mum suggested the other day. I'm really glad I suggested Arcane to her. I hope that it upgrades her movie experience. Because the movie that I watched of hers was very, I don't know. it was, I mean, it was watchable. But it was, and it's supposed to be a whole show actually. But it was called Signora Volpe. Signora Fox, I believe, name. And it was kind of slow and just unexciting, unfortunately. Oh, possible ban evader monitoring. Well, it doesn't matter. You're fucked anyway. You're going. Bye-bye. Ban. How effective my trap was, my trap system. I think I did good. The efficiency, I'm trying to go for efficiency. Using as little materials as possible. Forcing them all into the area that I want them to go in. They walk around the little thing. I can even like, oh, I don't know if I can put the little traps on this, but like they tend to go in where there's openings, so you build like an opening for them and I'll head into it. Look, I didn't even finish it off. Normally I would put a bouncer here and then like a zappy, so that they end up bouncing up and down and they get zappied at the same time. No gnomes in the whole place. That's pretty rare. I didn't look very well, but
Double trouble.
they didn't seem like they were very prominent. We got 2 hours 30. It's another half hour. I'm gonna play a bit of ranked, although it says there was something about siphon. Well, that's a good thing, I guess. What? Can she not? Oh, here we go. I played with her yesterday. I should put something else on. I hope we get to keep the follow even if we ban them. Hey, checking out the llamas. Nothing there for me.
Ah, you think you can take this?
I mean, I'm kind of at end game, so I don't really need much stuff. I do one day. Someone's gonna help me, and I'm gonna finish and the main challenges, the main story challenge, which I've finished the story, but I do have a couple more what they call storm shields to do, and then I'll be able to access everything. I'll be in the true end game, but there's no more story, and my character's pretty strong, and I can access all the missions, so I don't really have to play it. But there's still VBucks to be had up there. Still like Storm Shield VBucks and stuff to be had way up in the high missions. Pine Peaks, 100 VBucks there, and that's only Storm Shield Defense 6. And there's like 10 for each one. So, still lots of VBucks just in the main story that I gotta get. And I've been playing, I think, since 2017? I might be wrong on that. Been playing since Chapter 1, Season 5, so a long time. Okay. I'm gonna get copyrighted for this. It's gonna take YouTube ages to take all the music out of it. Alright. Let me see. Okay, Siphon Trials. What the hell is that? I guess that means I'm gonna have Siphon. Everyone's gonna have Siphon. Doesn't help me if everyone else has Siphon. I want to put on a different outfit. But let's have a little look at the shop. Okay, so this is the goddess Nike. And she has this quite outrageous style. How do we even look at the style? Okay, yeah. There we go. Nike Electric. You know, it's a choice. Some styles, they're a choice. They're a deliberate choice, but they're a choice nonetheless. Yeah. Like, I was kind of on the fence with this one. And then they brought that out and I went, okay, no. Thanks for deciding. She does look a bit like an Xbox skin. I don't know. Like, I like the combination of orange and purple, but that's just, I don't know. She looks like perhaps she's like got some sort of contagion. Anyway, that's Nike Goddess, and here's her freaky wings that go with it. Oh, she's got normal ones, and then they got the style. I mean, the wings are okay. They kind of work. Right? You think? You know? You think that the wings work? And the orange? And then Back bling. Yeah. I mean, there wouldn't be many other skins that you could like wear it on. There is like a FNCS skin that's purple and orange that I missed out on that I really would love to get, but like, yeah, pretty wild design. So yeah, got us Nike, and this was, they brought this out I think around like the Olympics and when the torch was being carried. Bit of a shit that my camera's sort of in the spot where they hang out. I might also change over the chat because yesterday we're going to play some like Battle Royale, so we'll just put this chat up. It sort of fits in a little bit better in where the Battle Royale screen is. But I can't really move my camera for the shot. It doesn't really work. Yeah, these guys are also Nike. For the people that like the puff outfits. Oh, well, maybe that's not very puffy. He's like some sort of junk robot. Nike. Look, he's got a basketball stomach. I mean, it's certainly unique. Girl, but her face looks too cartoony. She's pretty cute. She's puffy. I don't like the puffy. Look, she's got holes in her legs. How did that hold her up? I don't know, I kind of like her face. Yeah, the Nike gear. Okay, he's got Nike. Oh, every time you get an elimination? What? While sprinting or jumping, area will light up with an... That's the skin. Okay, and a boombox. The fact that it's Nike, yeah. I'm not into those, but you know, there's a lot of people that love sneakers. I'm... To me, they're shoes, you know, they're just shoes. But people love them, and I don't buy that sort of stuff. I had like Balenciaga clothes and stuff. I don't really buy any of that. I find that it's all really weird too. Like, it's like the London fashion show where you can put a pencil case on your head and go, I'm a fashion model. There's more Nike. She's cute. Let's have a look at her. There we go. She's a little bit more... Oh! She has two styles. I mean, yeah. I think she's a bit better. But, you know, not really my thing. Why are they all puffy? Like, what's the puffy thing got to do with Nike? They're sneaker people. He is funny. I could see that a lot of people would like him. You like the magenta one? Yeah, the magenta one was... She was okay. She was an alright skin. Okay, and a little Nike guy. Yeah. Magenta? Are we sure it's magenta? Well, she's got a see-through tummy as well. And that she's not crimson? Okay. I'm sorry. Here's Luke Skywalker. These guys were in the shop yesterday, so nothing new there. The troopers. Marvel skins that were in the shop yesterday. I don't know. seen these. The Ant-Man. I want them to give us the Wasp. I have the Ant-Man. I want the Wasp. Silk Sonic. Silk Sonic fans. It's got a microphone. Oh, it actually comes with a microphone now. Alright, we have Iron Man. For the Iron Man fans. And this guy that's like some combo. Ghost Rider. Yeah, these have been here for a little while, and they've still got a while yet to go in the shop, like 5th of October, so there's several more days. These are new, these little like Lego sets. I remember playing in like season, in chapter 2 in the Daily Bugle in that very building. Yeah, so there's some Lego sets for people that are interested. Oh, they're bringing back a whole lot of real money packs. Marigold, she's Midas's daughter, I believe. Wait, she's got a second style? I own her, and I do not even know that she had a second style? Is that new? This offer will no longer be available as of October 23rd and may return in the future. Yeah? What? What a weird notice. Okay. A drift pack. I think we looked at the drift pack the other day. We all got to see these kind of drift combos. We looked at the Corrupted Legends yesterday. All the birds and the other birds are also back. Which I think they're funnier. I think they're cool. Like, I love their eyes. I think they're great. I reckon they're great goofy skins. Gummy Team Leader still in the shop again. He's going to be leaving the shop in a couple of days. It is the 26th. Yeah, they're really cute. But you like the new ones are good. The new ones are good too. But the OG ones are great. I love their eyes and stuff. They're so goofy. They're goofy skins. Oh. Look what's back. The Plague Doctors. Oh, so tempted. I love this skin so much. But it is my son's main. So I tend not to buy the mains that my kids like to use. But I do like this skin. You love them, but the Raven one scared you. A bit scary, you think? You think it's scary? Ooh. Yeah, I got destroyed by some birds, didn't I? Eyes. Darling, one day when I've got like just tons of VBucks. When have I ever got tons of VBucks? But yeah, T-pose. Who's this guy? I have no idea who he is. These are FNCS skins. Jam tracks. Some new well, relatively new guitars. There we go, we can hear it. And these emotes are interesting because they use the instrument that you've got in your locker. So that's my like Lady Gaga guitar. And it if I change the guitar, it'll be the other guitar. Yeah, so it's pretty cool how it does that. I like this microphone, but I'm not going to spend 800 VBucks on these things. Like I said yesterday, I'll have a huge collection once I finish all the festival passes. All right. Oh, I got to cancel that one. Okay. As I said, going to play some ranked. I do want to change my skin and go and ranked in with this like glowy skin. I could do good old gumshoe. I'm not feeling it. I don't feel it much. What is this one? This one. She's cool. So I do like wearing the Marvel at the moment because it's a Marvel season. And she's really awesome. Also got her. I could play some rounds with her. Play some rounds with the Black Widow. And even though this suits her better, we're gonna put our ranked umbrella on. Alright. Maybe I should make an aim to get to platinum today. Or at least, oh look, I've got to get to at least gold 3. That's got to be achievable. Depending on what this siphon thing is. Alright. Birthday quest? Wait, cancel. No, cancel. Okay, cancel. Yo, birthday's back. New pickaxe. Inspect item. These are so my favourite little birthday pickaxes. I love them. Oh my god, if the birthday's on, I'll have to put my birthday suit on then. Literally, in the game. 7 years. There we go. We've been playing for 7 years. Alright. Put on something a bit more birthday then, even though I'm going into the... Going into range. Alright. Oh, birthday. We got some birthday neon tubes. Should I put... I think I could put year 6, like last year's one. I'd have to find it. Okay. Recent, no. No, it has to be all by season. Apply. What have I got? The 5th. There it is. That kind of matches her. It's pink. You've got pink accent. Alright, let's put the 6-year anniversary one on. And, well, kind of got to leave the glider for the birthday. I wish they would give us something more birthday-ish. Maybe there is a birthday glider. Look, I got this one. It's not a birthday glider, I know. Oh. I mean, these are pretty wild. There's this cute little umbrella. No. this one? A fresh flyer. That looks like it's a kind of wrapped up birthday gift. Look at that. Cake and stuff. That is great. And so distracting. Let's use this one. Alright. Wow. Okay. So there's birthday quests. Good to know. Alright. I have got a lot of gliders. I've played for 7 years. And that's a lot of battle passes. Because I really don't buy them. Though I have bought a couple because they've come in like bundles and it's been like 100 VBucks or something for the bundle. And I'm like, oh well, I may as well grab those couple of extra items. And they've been nice too. I've got some really nice ones that way, but the majority of my gliders all come from the battle pass. The only thing I really buy are the emotes and skins, yeah? Alright. And I also hardly use any of those gliders, like I usually only use umbrellas. So half that collection is just like the majority of the collection I don't even use most of the time. Someone's bought themselves a plague doctor scan. Okay, we just take all those weapons away from them so they're not shooting at us. Hey, is there a... There's a jumpy up there. How do I get to it? Can't. Why have I got that emote in there? Wow! There it is. That's the birthday tune. To you. It looks so good. All right, where am I going? Haven't even looked at the map. I could go maybe get the medic. I feel like it's a waste of cash in ranked because I'm just gonna die and then I've just spent this money. And I'm just gonna die anyway. Ooh. Why won't they let us have a birthday soundtrack? Maybe they had to pay for the rights to the song so that they could then like make like their own lo-fi version of it, you know, that funky version, but it's still happy birthday. So maybe they had to pay for the rights. There's somebody up there. We'll just retreat. Wow, weapons are few and far between. Where did that person go? There we go. And where? Oh. I've never seen her hold it. Did I change the name of the stream? Or did I forget to like actually press confirm? Don't need that. Awesome. Well, that's interesting. I don't know, we could have to make it, I guess. But it seems as soon as I do change the name of the stream, like the bots are in there like prowling that, not the name of it, but the category. Changing the category of the stream. And they're like prowling that category for people that don't have a lot of viewers so they can hit the stream with the creator code spam. Wonder if there's anyone here. Oh, looks like there was people there, but I'm going to leave them. Look at the present. It's all spacey. Oh wow, that's so weird. These things. Someone bought my friend the medic. That's alright. I didn't want him. It really is a waste of money for me in ranked because look, I'm already dying. I don't even know where it's coming from. So close. How many shots? He shot me like twice. How many shots did I get in? You saw it. You saw that. Okay, let's see. Fetching results. Come on. I went up a little bit. Okay, so our aim today is to get to gold 3. If I'm going to go up like that, I may not even make it. I bet there's still quite a while of the season. Hey, it must be a new style because she's wearing it. Oh. Why didn't it tell me I got a new style? At least I didn't go back. Like that can be quite disheartening when it fetches the results for your rank and you go backwards 2%. I don't want to play too much more really because I want to release the internet for the rest of the household. But you know, I played that match yesterday and I went up like I don't know, it was huge. Huge percentage boost. Why can't we hear when we're spectating? Well, I don't know what if I siphoned any life out of, like, anyone. Did I even deal damage? Yeah, I did deal damage. Why didn't that give me siphon? Both trying to slide and get each other. Oh, and it says down on in the feed, says wish the bus driver a happy birthday. I must do that every year, and that's the first time I've noticed, or I just forget. That's so cute. All right, okay. I actually like hanging over in this area, and I like fly between the two, like the different mountain peaks. Not fly, use the zips and stuff. I like a way out over there again. So I talked a little bit yesterday about American Truck Simulator. I'm looking to finish the event on a Friday. The Arkansas event. I need to drive to another town. So because where I am there's no jobs available. And so I'll drive to another town and I'll do some sightseeing along the way and then finish the event. But I was also, now we can't do it yet, I was looking into the multiplayer, and there is the two different types of multiplayer. One where you can play with lots of strangers, which sounds pretty cool, but it's also, I don't know, it sounds also like it's got stricter rules and stuff. Whereas if we host our own server, and there's also no AI traffic in the, like, the big multiplayer that has all the strangers. And so, whereas you get AI traffic and all of that sort of stuff, and if we host our own server and we can like pick a convoy and drive around together, which would be really fun. I think that's probably more like what we're looking for rather than getting in trouble in the big stream with the strangers. But I do understand that that's kind of part of the appeal, is going in with the strangers. But they seem to take it very seriously and can get in trouble if you hurt someone's truck. Like, yeah. Plus, in order to do that at all, you need your own truck. Whereas I think maybe Convoy, we can do it together. And like, we just choose the same jobs and it lets us drive around together, and I just wouldn't use my own truck for those jobs. So, a couple of options there. I don't really want to start a fight with them. Oh, they've got a chest that I could. But that's gonna start a fight with them. I know it. Well, I just came near it. I didn't even get anything out of it. I'm gonna die. I died from the bots. That's so embarrassing. Okay. I thought you actually had to open it for them to get shitty at you. Okay, I went up at least more this time. Just against the bots. Oh, that was poor. Alright, I just have to pay attention more. Too distracted by the streaming. Oh, let's go in. Yay, here we go. All right. This time I'm going to be serious. Do feel like if I go out here, it's my best bet. That little hotel is pretty good. No one goes there. Alright, got a little bit of target practice in. Willing participant in my target practice. Excellent. We're going out there again. Can a mod add to the title Gold 3 Ranked Grind? Fortnite Ranked Gold 3 Grind, if you something like that. And if I do this every now and then, where I make sure I get up a level each time, hopefully I will get to, what was it? Diamond that I have to get to this season. I've got like a month, a little over a month to get there. Okay, let's not land near their precious box. Wish there was cars, because then I'd just like, maybe that's in the cup that there's no cars. Because I'd just like open the box and jump in and run, drive away. All I've found. Wow. Again, I had all of chances last match. Okay. No? These have always got gold in them. Nice. I'm just too nervous to do it now. That's right. That little building that had all the slurp and stuff. Someone's been here. It's definitely been around. And they know about the slurpy stuff. Maybe not. And I got a Captain America sword from it. That is such a shitty gun, but no. What was that? I should have done that at the end, I guess. There we go, I'm 100. Someone has been here, it makes me very nervous. This gun isn't great. Has this one got a sight? No. Blue one then. Balloons! Oh my god. Balloons! I love balloons so much. Oh, well, now I know there's balloons. Oh, man. I'm not playing well. The time. All right, one more match. I'm not going to make it to goal 3 today, I don't think. One more match, though. Balloons. Need balloons and rocket launchers. But they have these gloves that have got rockets in them, so that'll do. All right, going over there is not working, is it? I don't know. I played these matches by myself and I spent like practically the entire 2 hours that I played just on those two mountains, just going backward and forward on those mountains. Yeah. I know, just be careful. I'm distracted. But it's a good thing. I've got to get better at that. And ranked is hard. Like everyone I meet in ranked is just got laser beam targeting. Wish I could shoot like that in the game. Go all the way out here somewhere. Oh my god, it's gonna copyright me on the birthday song. I bet you. Birthday to you. Is there other people coming here? Maybe. I wonder if the couches have got gold in them. It doesn't seem like it. Wow. Gold everywhere. Alright, I'm liking this. I'm in the circle. Doesn't seem like anyone else is here. I thought someone landed around here. Buffalo berry. I do like these. There's only like 10 left in it. Yeah. Firework flare gun. Yo, fireworks. That one let me... No. Wanting to get something that'll... got a scope on it. I don't think that has either, but it hits harder. No. Oops. Okay, I wasn't planning to go down that mountain, but... Alright, we go back up it. Up the mountain over there, and it's got a jumpy pad on it. Looks like I can get to it, and it's not in the storm. Oh, but maybe the pathway is in the storm. I can see a circle on the map. I think that's... I don't think that's a crown. I think that's someone that's got like a medallion, which is a special sort of power. Probably got like the Doom medallion or something. There's... Oh my. One with balloons, and I can see balloons over there. No! Okay. Go onto those balloons, even though they're not the balloons I need to fly. No? Do I need to break them or something? Is that... Yes. Destroy... Oh, just destroy objects. Wow. Usually you gotta open like presents or something. It's like birthday cakes. I don't know, I'm a little scared to be here. There's a big Doom guy. I also don't want to move too far away from the edge of the circle because we already know sort of what's behind us. And there's either going to be no one or someone that's like weakened from the circle, from the storm potentially. And so the closer that we stay to the storm, the more we know what's behind us. Is this splashies? I'll take those. feel really exposed here. Right. See, and if I head over this direction, which is basically where I came from, the storm's always going to be on my back and I'll know that there's no one behind me. Top 23. I got to get good points for this. Just stay away from the actual courtyard. I mean, I haven't got the greatest of weapons to take on whoever I come across, but at least I've survived a little while. Not gonna help me out. Fine. Oh. Oh. Little treasure trove down here. Surely one of these has a scope. This one. Yes! I don't like that they're bursts, but at least it has a scope. Feel like we might go for the bush camp dad strategy here. In ranked. No one behind us because it's just water. We're at top 19. Hiding under a rock where no one would be expecting us to be. I have to look at where this rock is. Doom's Courtyard, like at the top of the D on the little beach. 3 chests, man. Okay. I could literally go and swim out there. I won't, but I could. Might swim out to this island though. Hopefully no one hanging out on it. So I was watching Bush Camp Dad and he was like literally camping out in the ocean. Balloons! You know it. You know I have to take them. Has this got a sign on it? It has. Okay. Next I just need like some gloves. And then I can like float up and then just hit people with my gloves. Nothing like that around here. Did I see footsteps? I don't think so. That top 12. I wonder if it'll take me up to gold 3. Or do you start on 3 and then go up to 1? No, you start 1, 2, 3. There's someone over there. I saw movement. See? No one behind us. There can't be anyone behind us because of where we are. It is so perfect. And now we're even still in the circle. Wait. Is this a bot ranked match? Has Fortnite put me in a ranked match with like a whole heap of bots to try and help me to win? Ten players remaining. I mean, got to admit, the camping strategy certainly does work for ranked. Okay, I am not. Ooh, there's someone else. Oh, so he's a good shot, huh? Let's just hide back inside the bush. Keep an eye on them. Going up there. He thinks he's going to be at the highest point. Look at this. He never should have. Should I put up a balloon? I feel like I should. Oh, I lost my balloon. I just really want to use it, that's all. Where did he go? Oh my gosh, missed every shot. Now someone else is shooting at me. Okay. Where's the other person that was shooting at me? Ah. Fourth. It is ranked. That's pretty good. Fourth. Alright, let's see how much I went up. Come on, come on. Can we crack it? No! Okay. Alright. Well, that one was pretty encouraging. I'm encouraged to go just try and... I want to get to gold 3 today. 1 elimination. Alright, I'll try and be true. He's invisible. What power? Oh, he's got the crouchy, like, Magneto... Crouch invisible power. I also picked those traps up. I should use them. They're pretty good for like what he's using it for, like just as a sort of for bulletproof cover, I guess. Who's gonna win? Gonna win it. No, he's got him with a. He won with the pickaxe. Wow. These are the people I'm playing against. Okay, let's go. Come on, Fortnite, let's go. Yay, new match. Oh, dear me. Zimher also disappeared into a new match at the same time. Hopefully not my match. Oh, come on. Can you not jump up there? No. Just drop the gun. Right. Oh, where I landed before is hot. I like the beaches out here, but they can kind of be a bit popular. Out here is a guy that I can get. As long as nobody else goes for him at the same time. Alright, plans to crack gold 3 this round. Can I do it? Can I do it? We really need to work out polls. Nice. I like to start with a shotgun. Wait. What happened to the NPC? Either it didn't spawn or... No, we had the NPC in the other match, so he just didn't spawn? He did not spawn. Good evening, Horror Freak. This is my last game today. We already watched a documentary. And... oh, it might be my last game. Well, last game was supposed to be my last game, but... I'm sort of got a goal. I'm trying to get to gold 3. Just pick it up. Goodness me. In ranked, so depending on how I feel, I may play again. If I don't get to gold 3, then I might play another round. Kinda should take that. It's more sensible. Did you have a good day? You woke up late. Oh, well, that's okay. I wake up late quite often. You know, you got to do what your body wants you to do. Why are there all these crowns in the lobby? Only back. And the cats look great when they're on their back. Oh, now I'm confused. I don't know what to do. Okay. I need to make some smart decisions here. Wait, actually. And what is it? Balloons. I don't know where my cat is. He was hiding this morning because finally the storm came in, and we have a anxiety-ridden cat. He hates storms, and so he just totally disappears. He's an indoor cat, but he goes and hides and makes it really hard to find him. Laser. Oh! Okay, the balloon may have just slowed me down. And he got a urinary tract infection. Apparently it's common for boys. And we were feeding him dry food and we didn't know, and then and it gave him a urinary tract infection, and then the vet wanted to put him on anxiety drugs, which he was on for a little while, but it was giving both of us more anxiety trying to give him the drugs. He was literally on Prozac, and it was just because he was on dry food that he had this urinary tract infection, really. That's my belief. And it cost me $2,500 or something to fix him. Because it's really urgent and they can die straight away. And so then we got really nervous, and now he's on prescription food that costs $38 a box. which I'm really nervous about taking him off. But we took him off the Prozac and he's been fine. So I knew that he wasn't like anxious in that way, like that he lives a pretty happy life. He lives a very, very happy life, but he hates storms. Absolutely hates storms. And even then, I was given like I've always never managed to give it to him beforehand though. But he's got like anxiety medication for the storms. But usually the storms sort of can't. You can only really give it to him with his food, and the storms kind of not so much unexpectedly, but you're not exactly certain when. And then he's hiding then at mealtime, and you can't find him to give him the drugs that he needs. So he ends up missing out. He ends up missing out in the end. But, you know, I think he's kind of getting better. Like, he was out and about a bit today. Ooh, there's a person. Right there. Just like there. I'm gonna die. Oh, okay, maybe not. Oh, like, I really shouldn't. These turrets are not as good as they used to be, I don't think. They also shoot when I'm sort of not expecting, like, I like it because they point towards the enemy, and then I know which way the enemy is, but then also they shoot when I'm trying to be stealthy. Have you got a special cat, or have you just got like a mixed cat? Like we've got a domestic. The vet wrote it down as a domestic long hair cat. That's its breed. I kind of want to get out of here. There's somebody here. $19th. Hey, I might go up again. 18. I'm surviving. I'm surviving. A short hair tabby. We've had those in the past. I think our little bro's like mixed with tabby. He's got a bit of tabby in him. But this stupid shield. Yeah, and I'll have that, thanks. It's a birthday medallion. What does it do? Now I've got 2 balloons on. It's not working on me. You see that? It's not working. It's buggy. Now I'm flying. Okay, it's not working. I'm going to go and do something else since that shield is not going to apply. Oh, somebody up there. I want to stay away from them. One of his... Oh, here's a rescue. Lovely. We have a rescue as well. Well, I guess both of them are rescues, but one more so than the other. And his ear is clipped. Aww. I love cats. We should play the Smosh meme. Or whatever it is. Because I love cats. I love their little noses. Why is it releasing so many balloons? Thor. Oh my god. Our little baby, his name is Azriel. And we have another cat. She's like the alpha of the neighborhood. She was a stray. We think that perhaps the people that lived in this house before left her behind because she hung around here all the time when we first moved in and wouldn't go away. And I tried for a year to chase this cat away because I'm a meanie. And because we'd had our own issues, our own life issues, and really couldn't take on a cat. And anyway, things did settle down over the year, and eventually it became quite apparent this cat was like a stray, because we thought maybe it belonged to one of the neighbours because it had a collar and then wouldn't, and it was a bit funny. And then eventually it became very obvious. She looked really ragged and really fucked up, and we went, oh nah, she's definitely a stray. And no one's looking after her anymore, even if they might have been in the past. No one's looking after her now, and so we took her in. And so she's pretty, like, she doesn't like me very much, which is fair enough. But she's really tough. She's a tough cat. And her name's Oreo because she's black and white. And I am walking into trouble here. I am just floating in like I don't got any problems in the world. When I do, I cannot take these people. I don't even know what I'm thinking. There's a crown in there. There's someone down in there. Wow. So is everybody just hanging out here? We're just hanging out here? Is that the plan? It was the tree's fault. The tree got in the way. Y'all saw it. Come on, let me go up. I need to go up to Gold Tree. I can't play anymore. Come on. Take me up, take me up. Yes! Yes! How far, how far? Oh, more than halfway! Yes. Okay, that's achievable. Next time we do the platinums. Next time we do platinum. All right. Well, I achieved the goal for the day. We've done almost 4 hours again. We watched the very depressing documentary. It's very educational though, Australian Atomic Confessions. So, and it was really good, and I did a bit of a react to that. I tried to react as much as I can because I don't want to like just sit here and like basically steal someone's content because I'm just sitting there quiet and not reacting to it. So we discussed it a bit and stuff. So, you know, it was pretty... It's an eye-opening documentary. Very sad, you know. Incredible injustice. Hopefully one day people will get some sort of compensation for what happened. But I doubt it. The government's just waiting for them to die. Really. Look at that. I got the cool pickaxe. Yes, love it. Got to put it on her because, like, it'll match her so much. Like, perfect. Come on. Where is it? Yay, favorite. Let's put it on. I haven't got the back bling yet, though. Yeah, so, but obviously I'm going to do my scheduled stream on Friday, and I got a big, like, ATS party plan. I'm so keen to go back and drive. I've been so tempted the last couple of streams to go in and play ATS. So I'm keen to get back into it and finish the event. I have 3 more towns that I need to get to, and I've got to drive to a town to pick up a job. So I'm going to do some sightseeing, and that's going to be a lot of fun. I've managed to get some music that we can play on the radio that's not going to copyright me, and yeah, so I'm pretty excited about that. And we'll see what else we might be able to play on that day, because I sort of want to have a nice relaxed day. I might do a little bit of news. I will, because there's news. There's news like it, the news that I do is like out of date by the time I get to it, in a way, like even when it's only a couple of hours old, you know. So I've always got heaps of news by the time, like even if it's only 2 days after the last time I discussed the news. We really do live in a very, I mean, I guess we're in such a connected world. News is happening all the time, everywhere. So anyway, we'll do a little bit of news, but I do want to do a lot of recreation, on a lot of recreational stuff, and have fun on Friday. We did a really serious stream today, and so I think that Friday we can let off a bit of steam and have fun before the weekend. Thanks so much for joining me yet again. I love having your company, and yeah, it's been fun. We've had a good day, a good stream. And I will see you all again next Friday, or this Friday coming. Yeah. And you have a good day. You have the rest of the day. Are free. And everybody else here in our chat, I hope you have a good evening, etc. It's been a fun one. So thank you very much for joining me. Bye.